All right. I suppose I should go ahead and get started. Hello, Zai. Thank you for redeeming Satsuki Light. I'm sure everyone is going to really appreciate that. Wait, wrong sticker. Where's the theme? I didn't actually go to check to see if these themes were working. Yep, that is okay. What's going on here? Ah, there we go. Satsuki Light's not showing up. Ah, hello, Sammy. Welcome in. How's you doing? I think we might be saved from Zai. Because Satsuki Light is not showing up. Which is kind of weird. Now I just want to know. Okay. But the theme's not showing up. Doing okay. Just doing some coding. Wanted to come and relax to music. Wow. Nice. Well, thank you for stopping by, and I hope it's nice and relaxing. Uh, I was going back to try out Visual Studio Code tonight. I've been on NeoVim for a while, and Stewie keeps talking about how good the rest language server in VS Code is, so I wanted to try it out. Figured I could set up Doki theme since I already have like the change theme redeem. And Zai being Zai did the first thing when she comes in, redeems Satsuki Light. But I don't know why. None of my like color themes are showing up. Yeah, guess we're saved. You of him user yourself would feel weird. Yeah, um, I am a newbie when it comes to NeoVim, so I don't have all the keybinds memorized. So there's not much of a difference in workflow beyond like swapping files. It's just a little bit different. For me, it's mostly about like the UI and how responsive it is. And VS Code's okay. All right. I was tinkering a little bit around last night and ran into a fun bug loading the Vulkan library. So the way it manifested was if you only called vkload library, the library would load. But the moment I add the load exported functions, which just loads a single function pointer, the library would fail to load. And it turns out it's because string literals in Rust are not null terminated. And kind of my theory was that when this function was never called, it was never getting compiled out. So what was happening is you would get libvulkan so and wherever it gets stored in the data section, and it was just at the end. We were just getting very lucky. But if we compiled this function, we would get this string literal after libvulkan, which when we pass it to DL open, it reads past the Vulkan into the function pointer, causing us to fail to load our library. That's my theory. But I'm gonna kind of improve that interface because I got a bit of a hacky solution. Already thinking. Same. It was about, I'm ashamed to say, about 2 hours of my night last night. Granted, I was watching TV while working on it, but still, it's a little annoying. Let's see. I want to take a look at C string. So I noticed Rust had a C string, which I think is null terminated. Yes. Which is the slice version? Very. Hi, hi. How is the very doing? I am doing okay. I'm a little tired, but nothing coffee can't fix. All right, so the tricky thing is do we enforce C string at the API layer? And that's kind of what I'm thinking about doing. Because when I ran into this bug, I was having to look at a bunch of other code to try and figure out what was wrong with my library loading. And I stumbled across there's the lib loading library that everyone uses. And they had this function, cstring. It's like copy on write from bytes, which basically says if our string is null terminated, borrow it. Otherwise, construct a new string. I feel like this is something the caller should have to do rather than the library, because it creates unexpected allocation, like when calling this innocuous function. So what I'm thinking is exposing this as like a utility function in the platform layer, and instead say that libname needs to be a C string. You're doing good. That is good to hear. Now the question is, I say 2 bytes. Const unstable. As pointer is a borrow. Most of the projects you work on are in C, so watching people do stuff in Rust. I am primarily a C developer. Rust is new to me, and I'm constantly right now like fighting the urge to go back to C. I don't know how much of it is friction involved learning the language versus just what I don't like. So I'm trying to give it some time and see, like, once I familiarize with a lot of the concepts, and then decide. Yeah. Welcome in, Drift On. How are you doing? All I'm really gonna do is, so it returns a pointer. If that pointer is null, that is pretty much the same thing as we were doing with this match statement. So I believe all we have to do is just that, and then our load flags. How are the type suggestions? There we go. There's the type system failing. Hold on. Is the linter being dumb? I think the linter's just being dumb. Rest is by very default verbose and it's good at making you think about memory. Yeah. D or C++ as languages? That's the thing, right, Drift On? I totally agree with that assessment. And for someone like me who already very carefully thinks about memory and memory allocation, a lot of the Rust checks tend to get in my way of doing things. And it goes back to one of those things like assumptions is how much of it is like the patterns and ways I've learned about solving problems where solutions brought about because I was working in a language like C++, versus like how Rust thinks you should do it. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what the way to go is. Like I know mine pretty well, my approach. I haven't bought into the Rust approach yet. So what we want to do is maybe mark this as a C string. Whoops. Oh, that's unsafe. Oh. Okay, so that is definitely an argument to allow the platform layer to handle that, which is unfortunate, but it just might have to be the solution. That being said, Rust is enforcing memory model. Yeah, drift on. That's totally my, like, it's very different when it's just me working on my projects that I have total control over, and a completely different story for large teams making industrial projects. Entirely different scenarios. Noob here, are you 100% confident your code will be memory safe in C++? Well, welcome in. I hope you're doing well. And the thing is, the way I tend to organize memory is in such a way where it solves a large class of bugs you very commonly see in C++. It's not 100% safe, but I would argue that I don't need 100% safety most of the time. I just need to be mostly sure. Mainly because I rarely run into memory-related problems in my personal projects. In fact, the memory problems I run into are almost always allocator bugs on my end, not memory usage. Okay. I'm gonna take that back. Okay, we're gonna try a different approach. So fundamentally using CS string is gonna be unsafe, I suppose. I should have took a moment to actually read the docs. I mean, I could do my little cheapy type wrappers, cheeky type wrapping. Like, yeah, we don't want to do it like this. I don't know what I'm doing. Which is totally a thing. And we can then wrap that unsafety by... Basically, my goal is I never, like, in usage code want to have to write unsafe as a block because it's a little tedious. But I don't know a way around it when kind of interfacing with system libraries, because so many C stuff just assume things are null terminated, which is super annoying. Let's take in a string slice, I suppose. Well, actually, we're going to want to take ownership because, yeah, we absolutely want to take ownership there. Oh, yeah, so I don't know if you heard this. This might have been right before you came in. But like going along with Drifton's previous comment, of like is a good thing for like the enforcement of memory safety and Rust is a very good thing for very large, or not very large, but groups of people working together on a project. So like with what you said, perspective of a company, memory safety and security is very important. Why would you want the company to take a chance to compromise like the cost of software just crashing, which is like you get that in C++, and you're totally right. So I don't talk about it from the perspective of a large team or as a company. I talk about it as like me programming on personal projects because that's what I'm doing here. I'm not working with other people. So my considerations, my how I approach, I think solving problems tends to be different because I don't have to, I guess, take into the considerations of other people as much, other than like the end user, if there is ever an end user, whatever. So, but no, don't get me wrong, I'm really liking Rust. um, but yeah, I just haven't, just like as tinkering around on personal projects, haven't bought into the verbosity of Rust almost. Also, welcome in, Palestine. Welcome, welcome. How's you doing? Also, thank you for the follow, by the way. I appreciate it. We're going to return pretty much just self. And it's going to get mad because it's unsafe. And it does not like that at all. Just woke up, getting your coffee and ready for work tonight. Oh, nice. I hope you slept well. Wait, now give me the air. So would it need to be something like a string sliced in that case? Which changes the air. Ah, come on. Ah, there we go. I think I know what that error is. I've seen it used, the size trait used quite a bit. Expected function. Oh, I'm just being a dummy. That's all. And forgetful. What things are impossible to write without unsafe? Um, I would kind of argue, guess it depends on what layer of the tech stack you're looking at. Like, me writing just Rust code Probably I can get pretty far without having to touch unsafe. But if you start like having to mess with FFI or like system libraries, you have to. Or if you like start managing memory and pointers yourself. All right, what's our problem here? So my problem with this, I think, why would, can I not come from a, it needs to be, I think just the approach I'm taking might just not be the way to do it, I guess. Which is all right. How did you learn? Oh, I'm still learning Rust. I've kind of poked through the Rust book. But a lot of my strategy has been reading Rust code and just coming across problems and just seeing how other people solve them. That was how I like learned C++ back in the day. Back in the day, I say that like that was a long time ago. Just a couple years. But welcome in, Denari. How are you doing? Thank you for the stretch. All right. And the liquidate. Appreciate it. Ever complain being able to drink more coffee? All right. So the way this worked is we passed an OS string and then sent the bytes over, which I don't like because sorry, I'm like hearing lots of creaking. The wind has been kind of going crazy where I live today. Okay, so I can pretty much do the same thing, but with like a string slice. I think it'll just give the same result. My music player was messed up. There I am. I'm hitting my Rust keybind. I mean, not my Rust, my Vim keybinds. All right. I think I will trying to put a note down. What? Yeah, well, what I was doing is I have a keybind space PF. I think that's what I hit. That lets me pull up a fuzzy finder for my files. I was like, why isn't it? It's gotta hit Control P. All right, for load library function, we're gonna run into the same problem. Wait. So oh my goodness. Okay, I see what's happening. Uh, the, the the linter keeps getting in my way. Look here, you. Thank you. But we don't want whatever the heck I'm doing. What am I doing? I'm gonna pass it lib as star cmute. I think it's like C void. All right, so I'm kind of just asserting if these fail to load, which is not the correct way to do it. But I haven't really looked into error handling yet. So that's gonna happen later. I still need to like better dig through some of the more popular air handling crates. Why are you not as biting? Because that should not be lit. Sweet. All right. Now that that is a bit more guaranteed and cleaned up, we have to do the next thing. So, when loading, when doing the Vulkan loader, we have to do like a couple things that are a little like if this were C, I could do it really easily. But Rust macros don't quite let me do code gen the way I can in C. So it's going to be a bit more tedious. At least for now. I'm thinking in the future, if I'm ever wanting to improve the loader code, we might just do some sanitization on the output of bindgen, because I'm using bindgen with the Vulkan headers to just dump all the Rust bindings. And it has a quirk. So right now, bindgen will output function pointers in an option, which is really annoying for a couple reasons. If you have a function that is getting called a lot, like you will in your graphics layer, calling unwrap on that function every time is going to have like a penalty to it because unwrap does like produce extra code under the hood. So that means I have to do unwrapped uncheck to like make it explicit that all I want to do is just call this function. I know it's valid. Trust me. But we don't want the user, I'm the user. I don't want to have to write unsafe every time I call a Vulkan function. So we have to first write a wrapper around every single one of our functions we load, which is, I don't know, I can kind of live with that. It's annoying, but we can do it. Next is we have to declare our function. I'm really annoyed that I have to declare this as mutable, but it is what it is. We're not making it public outside of this module anyway, so it should be okay. So basically, we just create a wrapper that does get exposed that calls our global. So those are the two things right now. And then the third thing is we have to actually load the function. So what we're going to do, I think, is write a macro that maybe outputs this line of code and write a macro that outputs this block of code. Because all we need is the name of the Vulkan function, its function pointer, and the name of the function as a string. Although, now that I think about it, can I convert, whoops. Can I convert a literal to a, wait, this is an identifier to a string? Because I can reduce this down to one argument if we can. Let's go see, woo. Is that a sippy mode? Oh, that's from Mordecai. Mordecai's setup is really cool. All right, I get distracted by the emote. What am I doing? Right. I'm gonna do Stringify. All right. Okay. That works. We can get this down to this macro down to one argument, which is nice. Distractions always right around. I know. They're sneaking up. They're just waiting. Where is. There's like a thing. I don't want to swap the tool chain to nightly. What I want. Is it? Can I really just do this? Press tool chain. I didn't feel like that worked. BS Cow, welcome in. How's she doing? I would imagine I would have to cargo. Like, I understand this toolchain file, but like, I don't suppose. Like, if I do this, right, we don't get an error, which suggests we're not actually using this file right now. Like, what is BS? I see you sipping over there. We are currently trying to figure out how to swap to the nightly build. Just for this project. Which, I mean, I can do something like cargo plus. Wait a moment, that's not my terminal. I see you rolling down that hill. I guess it's gotta do a full recompile now that we swapped to nightly. It would be nice though. Alright. I'll just leave it at that for now. So let's do our first function. Do I like Minecraft? I have played Minecraft, it's fun. Although I can't say I've played a whole lot of Minecraft. I don't know. I don't know if I would ever play it by myself. I think. So, what if I just do a quick experimentation to make sure we're still on or we are actually on print stringify. I think that's it. And we're gonna do pfn underscore with VK get proc instant. So what it should do is just print out the actual type. Where was the open delimiter? I don't understand. Neil, welcome, welcome. How are you doing? You don't play it that much either? I see, I see. Did you have something you were thinking about Minecraft? Okay, let's just see what the compiler says. Oh, I just can't count. Don't mind me. Yeah, yeah. Thank you, thank you. Welcome in. I was just like, why is it? Yeah, I was just looking at the wrong spot. So Stringify was not what we were looking for there. You're just dandy. How about yourself? I'm also doing pretty good. Kinda sleepy. Bit of a low energy stream tonight. Alright. Did not like that. Aha! So what was happening a moment ago is I didn't have the exclamation mark. Something about the abbreviation to identifiers to idents doesn't feel right. How so? We're gonna be interacting a lot with idents tonight as I work out how macros work. Don't need to do that. Welcome in, Frog. Okay, so Stringify still doesn't work. It was worth a try again. Can't tell. Okay, when I'm in Vim, I usually have a second terminal over here that I compile in. And since I'm not in Vim site, I've already built up function habit. All right, I do want to add this in. Wait. Did I misread that? Same, an hour and a half till bed. That actually sounds about when my bedtime should be. If I'm being honest. All right, I did it again. Just gonna keep doing it. And okay, so I did need that exclamation mark. To the crate. So do I need to go to lib or whoa, 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 not the lib we wanted to go to. Casually ignore that allow dead code. Got annoyed at the compiler warning me about unused code. We'll take that off. Eventually. Maybe. Possibly. Alright, take 504. Okay, we got rid of. We're now using it. Will it correctly use the macro this time? Nope, still wishful thinking. Okay, so I think it is doing what we expected it to do because the error is outputting as we would expect. I want to try one more thing with stringifying. Awesome, that also does what I expect. Cool. So, here's what we're gonna do. I don't actually know what we're gonna do. I don't know why I said that. I know what I want to do, but I don't know how to do what I want to. Oh my goodness, my voice just went out. Okay. I think I do this. And do we do macro export? Let's go ahead and close our braces. And instead of expression, we use ident. What we want is static mute. Do we have more macro examples? Wait, did I just... I'm looking for a very specific macro example. Here we go. So we use $L. So $X. Then we do concat idents. Oh, pfn, comma, $X. And instead of doing this, we also don't want to name it vex. We do vkfn decal. Variable x is still repeating at this depth. What does that mean? It might be possible I wasn't able to do exactly what I wanted to anyways. Because we're trying to declare a variable by using an identifier, we're tricking the compiler. That had been my hope. But we might not be able to do that. I mean, that's kind of how it works. What's the sad face for, Scully? It seems to me. Do it again. Oh, it's raining? Do you not like the rain? Why not? Welcome in, Deanne. Welcome in. How's you doing? Yeah. Everything is well. Crab language. Yeah. More of the crab language. We haven't given up on it yet. Wait, I think I might have misunderstood how macros work. Also, Nick, welcome in. How you doing? How's our code rusting? We're rusting along. Currently trying to figure out how to write a macro. Yeah, they are. But I don't know. I'm a little biased. I quite like my C macros. I like my unhygienic macros. Crime. Yeah, I commit all sorts of Rust crimes. Unsubbing, unfollow, unrated. Sometimes you just gotta get a little dirty with the macro, you know? I can't figure out how to get dirty with these macros. Send help. C is the only real language. I agree, I agree. You know, there's C, and then there's every other language trying to be like C, you know? We're gonna pretend, you know, Fortran and COBOL, they didn't exist before C anyways. Just don't worry about it. Otters, indeed, indeed. What's APL or Lisp? I wouldn't even know. Alright, I don't understand this syntax. So, it is my understanding, I messed up a little, is, well, first off, the first argument should be like what the macro is returning. Well, let's go back here. I like really should slow down for a moment and read. Macro rules, foo 1 yields 1. Uh-oh. Yeah, I don't quite understand what you wrote, Nick. Similar to a Rust match expression. Confused champ indeed. I am much confused. I'm not gonna lie, this is like, I understand what they're explaining, but it really doesn't tell me much about macros. Like, going from, do they break it down? Oh, they must break it down below. Okay, I'm gonna stop complaining. So this is one matched expression for our macro. which expands to this expression, this block, if I'm reading that correctly. Okay, I'll stop ignoring Nick. What is Nick saying? Ekaru's flu 1 yields to where 1 matches a syntax and 2 generates more syntax. Yeah, so going back to what that explanation was talking about, with it basically being like a match statement, we're matching this statement pretty much. So here's the question then. Is this input or what we're outputting? I assume star means repeating. So that means we will have this input repeated, but okay, this is pretty much what I'm doing. Okay, so what's our error now? Oh, do we have to? Oh, would you look at that? There we go. And we run. The C star means repeat 0 more times. Good. C plus is the same, but 1 or more times. So that's like standard regex rules, right? Okay, so here with the vector syntax, we get, oh, okay. So we're matching this entire expression. The inside of the expression, we're going to have some expression repeated 0 more times. And we do that repetition with this. I guess that sort of makes sense. Ashy, welcome in, Ashy. How's the Ashy? Have you seen the new look emote? Ethics did such a good job. Wait, no, it was Ethics for this one. This one was Cam. Right. Sorry, Cam. Cam did such a good job. Sorry, I was watching both Cam and Ethics make an emote for Cat yesterday, getting them mixed up. I know it's so good. And it still fits really well with the tail. It's 100% fair. I mean, yeah, they both do pixel art. Makes them basically the same person. All right. That is one function down. I don't think there's a way to get around. I mean, I guess maybe if all this tail looking in chat, very encouraged here. I mean, I could. All right, you know what? Let's do an experiment. Why not? We're doing some learning on macros. Might as well see if we can. How complex can we get? So this will be Vulkan function wrapper. Yeah, I keep hearing that Rust macros are very, very powerful. Yeah, yeah. Do who tail? Oh, my tail. So again, we want to pass in an identifier, but we want to also pass in this. Clerk, gonna get some snacks and work, clerk. All right, thank you for stopping by, and I hope snacks are tasty. What's wrong with our A? Okay, yeah, yeah. So this will be expression. Snacks is tail. Look here. Tails are not snacks. So what I want to do is inline a function. Sorry. No eating or numbing on the tails. Also, you can match any token sequence, not just valid rust, which is interesting. No nomming. That is not allowed. Um, don't know if this is gonna work. Wait, no, because we have to know the return type. I mean, I could do this. Although the return type is kind of optional. Let's see if we can find more examples on. You can match, say, the structure. That is a lot of symbols, Nick. Oh. I could do. How does it know? Okay. Let me scroll back up a little bit. And so we know this is always going to be the last. I don't think there are any not Rust, Vulkan functions that take in no arguments. But we can kind of remove that complexity by just putting the return before the list of parameters. Allie, welcome in. We're just looking for now. All right. Also, I'm so sorry what happened to your screen. I kind of saw your post in your Discord. I hate that. I hope you're able to find a replacement soon. I need my Ally streams while working at Alex. Okay, I'm over exaggerating a bit, but yeah. But I don't know if I asked, but I also hope you're feeling better. You're gonna go for a bit? Alright, thanks for the lurk, Nick. Sorry, I'm like asking Allie questions as she's wanting to lurk. Hand cam, yeah. Nova might have convinced me to do a hand cam again. Screen is broken. Aw, yeah. I'm so sorry. I hate that that happened. Yeah, well, lurk. Yeah, yeah. Thank you for the lurk. Bye. So what we kind of want to do here is there a way we can do like 0 or 1? I think that was the plus. That's 1 or more times. No question mark. All right, let's try it with this first. We do VKFN wrapper. If this ends up working, what we'll do is we'll join the function decal together into like a single function call, since they both kind of require this identifier as the first argument. And then we can kind of output all that code together. All right, so all I want to do is like this test function, like so. Let's say I return an int. Not that. So the approach is to do multiple patterns in that case. So here's one pattern. By the way, is this necessary? It is not. Some more Venn habits. Okay, so we do want to do semicolons there and not. So rather than doing this, what we're going to do is copy all of this and then remove our return expression, which is a little weird. Because it means we're going to be duplicating that entire implementation. Although I guess we could have another like internal like function body macro. Anyways, we'll just explore it a bit. Why? Shouldn't it match this one? Okay, let's test out. If we remove it, it's okay. Wait, what happens? Me and my forgetful self. Okay, star did mean 0 or more. I thought so. I feel like that syntax is being done wrong. Missing tokens. But why is it trying to match the first one? Because shouldn't this be 2 or more? And this one is 3 or more. Aha! That might be what we want to do. There we go. Now then the question is, what if we have no return type, but let's just try it out. Okay. So we're just going to copy this, right? And we paste it. And now we get, as kind of I was expecting, this error. What if I make the return into an identifier? Can we trick the compiler? All right, let's try it real quick. Which sort of makes sense because, okay, if we're returning this, that can be an identifier. That should be fine. Or if we're doing this, that should also be fine. Yes, all right. So we can pass 0 more parameters and 0 or 1 returns. Now the question is, how do we do it? How do we actually expand this inside the macro? All right, first, oh, maybe this didn't work. Oh, probably because it's not returning. So how, like, obviously we can do this. So is that valid here? I didn't think so. You are returned. Welcome back. I want this to expand in a very particular way. This is gonna be $X. And what we'll do is more or less return what this is. Crap, but it doesn't work like that. Okay. What am I up to? We are trying to generate a function through the macros. I just want to see if I can do it. If we can do it, that would be great. Because what we're going to end up doing is when we get to load all these Vulkan functions, we have to do like the function declaration, and then we also need to write this pretty generic, or not really generic, but wrapper function around it that takes in an unknown set of arguments and a return type. It would be really cool if we could just generate that wrapper. Oh, it's just this one is just we're not returning anything. That's all. The current error is trying to figure out how to deal with parameters. You need to take an argument name and type. Yep. Currently doing that. Which looks like this. I think what might prevent me from being able to do this okay. I was thinking for a moment. Okay. So there's two things we have to do with this parameter list. Is first we have to declare the parameter list as the function arguments. Then we have to use the names and call the function with them, right? So I almost think they have to be separate, but how do you expand a repeating expression then when they're separate? Well, that's, yeah, but like there's two ways. I can have something like this, but two sets of arguments where well, yes, I know they're not expressions. I know that this is currently wrong. Where this could be a literal and an identifier. Kind of together as a single repeating pattern. Or as two separate repeating patterns. So like it would be you can't really zip them. Dang. Can you separate them? Can you unzip them? Because if you can't unzip them, well, I don't know if it'll be possible to do what I want to do. Well, okay. Here. Well, I don't just have a repeating sequence of name type. I have to fulfill two conditions, right? The first condition is name type. The second condition is name, right? Because we have a function like this, right? And then using those parameter names, we have to call name. Yeah, so what that ends up looking like, to kind of explain a little bit why I might be waffling a bit, is it would produce a macro that looks like this. Right? Okay. But I don't quite see how. Wait, so I can unzip them. There's no way. Wait, what happened to my star? There we go. So I can output $$arg, comma star, which it does not like. And then I'll try the second version. Wow, no, that's not right. Cat, cat. Look, come here. How's the cat? And also, you did your emotes backwards, by the way. I will not stop. Yeah, I know why, because it's not how you declare a function. I know. Yeah. Um, uh, dollar type. There we go. Then we do dollar, dollar, arg, or com arg. Oh my goodness. Oh, that is so cool. Thank you, Nick. I did not. Oh my goodness. That's super cool. Macros, trademark, incorporated. Cat, how are you doing? Also, that video you sent earlier, super cool. The animations, nice. Awesome. Okay, I think that is pretty much what we need. Different types of macros, heck yeah. So, which means I can just do first, we're gonna copy this, paste that. You are perishing of boredom. Wow. You've come to the right stream. We are gonna be able to cure you of your boredom with some very high octane code. Look at these macros. You don't get more intense than this unless you're in C, and then you can do very cursed things. Yeah, my streams are known for my high energy, my immense expressiveness. What was I doing? Copy and pasting code. Got a lurk immediately? Alright. Enjoy your lurk. You realize I don't understand anything about this, right? Yeah, that was part of the joke, Cat. If anything, this would likely make you more bored. It's Cat, a dumb fox that reads. She has a tail, she has the tail. Alright. Oh, that lick emote is so good. Cam did such a good job on it. Alright, our next goal. Cat has lick back. I must know. No resisting meal. Lick the tail. So what we're gonna do is declare that static and that static. We're gonna get rid of this. We're gonna get rid of this. Grab that. And get rid of that. And there we go. We have one macro to rule the declarations. Still a little tedious, but that's about what we're gonna have to do. And I think that that's just gonna have to work. Why are... Oh. Because we want to get rid of that. So if I run, it works. Sweet. All right. Oh my goodness, Neil. Thank you. Thank you for the 6 month sub. Wow. I really appreciate it. Goodness. All right, so we have the unfortunate wrapping functions in an optional. It's very relaxing here, so thank you all. Good, good. So generated wrapper functions are inlined and have the same function signature. So wrapper function names are converted to snake case. Have the Vulkan function vk get proc address I think that's good enough documentation for the macro. Isn't, whoa, okay. What in the world? Documentation, this, what? Inner dot comments. Is it 3? Okay, hold on. Dot comments are 3 lines. Oh, they somewhere marked down. I didn't know that. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm just gonna keep saying this over and over. The whole system around documentation in Rust is like the best. Interesting. You can, I guess, when docs are being generated, if anything is made public, you'll get a doc for it. So if it was public internally to the module, I guess you want to use the doc hidden. I'm getting a little sleepy. My brain's going, it's starting to drift. But we're almost done. We're almost to the actual tedious part. Because we have generated the first set of code, we got to generate the next set of code, which is this. All right. So what we have is we want to go through and load a whole set of functions. A lot of what we're doing is very destructive. I had like a train of thought and then I ran varies and I internally laughed and then my train of thought was gone. If your mind drifts out ahead, would you then be an exo-drifter? Indeed. For those who don't know, EXO is another streamer. She's really cool. So, yeah, basically, when we're loading exported functions, we only have one function to load. But all the other ones have a whole bunch. I wonder if I can open an example real quick. I think it'll be in here. We're actually gonna have to open up this file sooner or later. Here it is. No. Nope, nope, no. Yeah, so these are all the functions we're gonna have to go in and do. So it kind of gives an explanation for why we're doing these macros. Yeah. So in C, what I could do is just have the same macro defined multiple times. That would auto expand. And then I define like one version of the macro, include the file, undefine it, and bam, I have all the function or all the variable declarations, and then I redefine it, and then I have the library loading. But I don't think we can do that. All because I can't put identifiers in arrays. Anyways. So, we just gotta, it's pretty straightforward. Okay, maybe it's not straightforward. We're gonna need a couple different versions of this macro. Okay, we don't have to do it for exported functions, but I'm gonna do it anyways. Yeah. So what we want to be able to do is pass in a library, and I know this has a string, but we're going to stringify it and pass that in. The question is, what does stringify make? Does it return a string? No, it yields a static. Awesome. That's exactly what we want. And that's really it. So I can, whoops, get that out of the comments. This will be, what did we name this? Float VK library, load exported functions. We'll just call it VK exported. And we're gonna grab our identifier. And we want a library. So we kind of already know what type we want. So I guess I could just do, would it be identifier? It's got to be something else, right? I don't want these open anymore. Print results. It takes in an expression, not what I want. I want my reference. What is an item? A component of the crate. A block expression. A type. So it would be this. So it would be an identifier. So this will be our, wait, we can't use that. We'll call it fun. And this will be our lib. Also an identifier. Wait, we can't call this fun. Crap. We'll call it F name. So we'll say let fun load library function $lib, and we'll call stringify F name. Does it not like F name? Oh wait, I meant to call that fun. Whoops. Good catch. That was gonna shout at me in a minute. And then we'll have an unsafe block. I have become Thinky-Nick. You're like my pre-compiler compiler. Welcome back. Yeah, I don't know how much longer I'll be on. Your what? Your compiler. What are you thinking of, Nick? We'll finish up these macros and maybe end stream or just do all the TDM on stream live. Learand, welcome. How is the ear doing? Hope the ear is doing well. I am also good. We've been making it through stream with minimal coughing, which is great. And then we're gonna do this. Minimal coughing, yeah. Fun facts. Jalapenos are one of the healthiest vegetables. No way. I have a bit of a confession. When I was younger, I really liked jalapenos. So I would straight up take a fork and just eat them out of a jar. It's way better than, yeah. I was worried. Before stream, I was coughing a lot. But I haven't done much this stream, and now that I've mentioned I'm of course gonna cough. If they are so healthy, then why do they get so mad at you when you eat them? I don't know. Pain is good for you. Vanish. BS Cal's getting a little shy. I call it F name. We're gonna do some cats idents. I think that will work. Let's find out. So we're first going to pass it vk get proc address. And then we're going to pass it a reference or a borrow for VKlib. It's match. Wait. Why match? No match. Does it? I need to be an expression in that case. Why you mad though is only game. Interesting. Okay, so macros are defined or translated in place. Like, that's interesting. And actually kind of annoying because that's a bit inconsistent with everything else. There's gotta be a way. I was trying to put all the boilerplate at the bottom of the file so that, like, if you come to this file to look at it, you can just see the important code and not the boilerplate. So this gets mad. Can I do this? I don't understand this. Like, is this even necessary? I guess not. Okay. So, macros have to be defined before they're used. I mean, I could do something dumb like... I'm just curious. Okay, let's just see what we can do. This will be renderer. Nope, BKFN. All right. Worth a try. So, if we run, is it successful? We panicked. So, this was with loading the function. Dang. Let's see what we got. Wait, what? Hold on. Why are we getting F name? That's a little weird. Oh, that's why. There we go. Perfect. Working as intended. So, if we were to continue this pattern, we would need to kind of make a new macro for every single like section of functions. So we'll need a macro for global level functions, a macro for instance level extensions, possibly these, another macro for device level. What in tarnation has happened here? Okay. And this will be an absolute pain in the ass. Also, thank you for the follow, Nuridat. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. Oh, I really wish I could declare an array of identifiers. Who says I can't? Hold on. I'm gonna be right back. And then I'm gonna think about this for a moment. Yeah, I'll be right back. All right, I am back. Also, thank you for the stretch and liquidate beam. Happy? Welcome in. How's you doing? And oh my goodness, we better wrap up what we're working on quick because I am running out of coffee. Okay, so what's going to end up happening, especially with these device level functions, is that we're kind of going to have like a dozen of these like macro calls. Fox. Welcome in, Fox. How you doing? Not out of coffee yet. I got a couple sips left. I don't know if you noticed, but you can no longer escape me. Yep. We we got it back. Ha 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 ha. So, I mean, we can kind of live. Gotta shake up and try it off. No, 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 no. So, whoa, that's not what I meant to do. Yes, bean water, make heart go wee. Yeah. Let's grab kinda these global level functions. Bean soup. Please don't call it that. It's just, it makes coffee sound so unappealing if you call it bean soup. We talking about carf cup? No, 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 no. No. Don't, no. That's some bean dust in my water. All right. So, how do we load this in? I'm like forgetting. Find our renderer, our Vulkan backend. And where are Vulkan functions? Here we are. I'm a bit too lazy to go figure out where the heck in the documentation that explains function loading. So we can load global entry-level functions without an instance because, yeah, you can just pass null. And our function. That works for me. You brought this upon yourself all these years of licking your tail. Now I get to call you a dirty bean soup drinker. Oh, I guess I can adapt. I can live with the title dirty bean soup drinker. Also, Yuki cat. I see a beacon and a roll in there. Hold on. I got a joke I'll do later next time cat streams. because it'll only work with TTS. Oh, also Rose. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Anyways. So what would be nice is if we had VK Global FN. Yes, the new lick. It's too good. It's just Nova in a different room with calmer vibes. No. Definitely no with the calmer vibes. That would be impossible to reach. True. All right, so what would be nice for the global functions is just to be able to do this. VK create instance. Enumerate device properties. And this. And what this would do is auto expand, but I don't know how. We might want to do that. Feel like we're both equally calm. Wow. I appreciate it. What is disguised as calm? It's just me being really sleepy. You're doing well? That's good to hear. So the question is, when we do expansion, sorry everyone, I just blinded you. It just, caffeine doesn't wake you up, it just makes you unable to sleep for 10 hours. It kinda does feel like that at times. Let's just go ahead and declare their declarations first. And because it just makes you shaky and more anxious, especially if you haven't eaten. Yeah, it can have that effect. I guess it doesn't really happen to me. In fact, this is horrible to say, but I actually drink coffee for the opposite reason. It's because if I am hungry and I drink coffee, I'm no longer hungry. So I will sometimes just drink coffee to avoid having to eat. Don't do what I do, everyone. It is really not a good way to do things. All right. So we have EK create instance. Coffee makes your tummy hurt. Oh no. Honestly, not being able to drink coffee is probably a good thing. I I was really close to like not drinking coffee. When I had COVID a couple weeks ago, I managed to go an entire week without drinking coffee, and then I relapsed. And well, yeah, and I'm still drinking coffee. Yeah, yeah, welcome in, happy. Oh my goodness, all the pets. Yes, all the pets. All right, now we can get all the arguments. And it returns a VK was wait, give back. Oh, it doesn't let me copy. Yeah, Liren's here. Oh yeah, Errant, are you streaming tonight? I want to know if I can raid and then get banned in your channel. Wow, that's gonna sound really weird and out of context in the VOD. Oh well. Come on, you know you gotta let me copy this. Yeah, there we go. And we return the VK results. Nope, you're setting a bad. I don't know what you mean. I'm like the best example in your stream. Wow, this witch must be a real troublemaker. Look, it's not my fault, okay, that Aaron bans me every time I donate a bit in his channel. It's so sad. Some people actually get mad. I can definitely understand the confusion if someone who is not aware donates or like subs. But I mean, you explain it right before you ban them for 10 minutes. Oh, Shadow, welcome in. How are you doing? Waves while hearing talks about bans without context. Indeed. Aaron has a joke on his channel that if you donate anything to him, like sub, bits, whatever, he'll ban you for 10 minutes. So I always donate a single bit every time I go to his channel. Wait, I didn't actually see the type that got returned. VK result. You'd get Perner. I know. Thankfully, I've avoided the cat treatment. Aaron must like me more. So if you donate one bit every 10 minutes, it's basically permabans. Yep. This is not extension. This is layer properties. Also VK results. Why are you mad? Stop being mad. Well, first off, why? Why? Exclamation mark, why? There we go. That's a pay to win Pomodoro time. Yeah, I heard last night before I went back to bed, um, that someone was using the 10-minute ban as a way to do Pomodoro, Doro, Doro, to get some work done, which is, let's be honest, a really good way of doing it. That was Evanism. I feel like something's missing here. Our output. Enumerate instance extension properties. Holy crap, what a name. And this doesn't even compare to the, hold on. Super nice to be able to hear my voice again. Glad you're feeling better enough to talk again. Aw, thanks. Yeah, I'm trying really hard. I think about coughing and then I cough. But yeah, I've been trying really hard not to cough during stream, but it seems like the amount of coughing I'm doing is not as much, which is good. It's good. But I'm glad y'all are here. It's nice. Okay, your clothes are finished washing and drying. You can finally sleep. All right. Thanks for being here, Fox. Sleep well. One last time. Before the fox. Wait, I forgot the tail. Whatever. We'll just pretend there's a tail there. And enumerate instance layer properties. These 6 days of work. Oh no. Well, I hope they fly by fast. And yeah, good luck. These next up are our instance functions. Guess I can just copy this. Okay, I don't have to actually break them up like this, but if I'm trying to find a specific function, and I guess for some reason I forget, I can just do this device functions, unless, I guess I'll have that. So, makes it a bit easier. All right, instance functions are next. I wonder, nearly all Vulkan functions return a VK result. So, if we don't have, is there a Vulkan function that doesn't return anything? Here's what we're going to do. Let's say if we don't specify a return type, what we do is return VK results. Which means I can do this. Okay, not gonna lie, these Rust macros, pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right. What we're gonna do is enumerate physical devices. And because we don't have that as a type yet, we gotta do the PFN. Copy our args, check that it returns VK results. And there we go. You know what? Let's just go ahead and do this for every function. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And okay, I wasn't going to do this, but I'm just going to go ahead and none of the other ones are enumeration functions. Properties, features, extension. Huh. All right. Physical device, extension properties, device features, device properties. Q family properties. Device memory properties. Device format properties. Create device. Device proc address. And destroy. Awesome. Forgot one. Whoops. Enumerate device. Okay, I have kind of forgotten this function. So it returns extension properties. Okay, so all this is going to do is kind of return the available extensions on our platform. Yeah, okay. So Vulkan has just like a whole bunch of extensions that you may or may not want to enable. Where we're mostly going to use that is with validation layers, but we're also going to want to enable our swap chain extensions. And I think there was like another one. No, we don't want to open this. Let's open it here. Old syrup renderer, and it probably would have been in utils. So our validation layer and KHR swap chain. And portability. Okay. The portability extension, if I remember correctly, is primarily for mobile. Okay, I just never used it. Never mind. If I remember correctly, I got that from... Wait, was I really not? No. The Kohi game engine, I was looking through some Vulkan implementations, and I saw that, and I guess I just decided not to integrate it. Oh gosh, how are we gonna do this? Alright, we're gonna say that as a problem for later. I'm just gonna pretend I didn't think of that. Yep, that's how I'm gonna do it. I'm not even gonna mention what the problem was. That's how much of a non-problem that problem is. Nope, nope. Returns VK results. Enumerate device extension properties. Enumerate device extension properties. Why do I have that twice? Crap. I was worried about this. I'm missing a function. Enumerate physical device features, physical device properties, Q family properties, memory properties, format properties, get device. Yep, that's it. And that's gonna go right before proc adder. Actually, we're gonna put that with get physical device features. And I guess now just comes the tedium filling them all out. What time is it? 10:30? Ah, dang. Okay, crap. I just realized some of these functions don't return anything. I was wrong. Oh, I don't suppose there's a way to know. Because that would be nice. It's not a huge deal, I suppose, to have to put VK result on functions. That should cause a bunch of these to be errored. Get physical device. You family properties. Okay, it is bothering me a little that we're not getting errors on any of these. But we're just gonna have to go back through and figure out which ones. So that is properly void. That is also void. This one returns VK result. And I suspect... Yep. Oh, that's so annoying. Just like these three functions. Okay, maybe more. We'll just not return VK result later on. That wind be blowing. I expect these to have broken too. Come on, VK result. All the enumerate should return VK result. Create instance definitely returns VK result. This will likely return nothing. Get physical device memory properties. These are wicked names. Oh my goodness. Also gonna not return anything. I have a feeling that didn't copy. Get physical device format properties. I'm starting to wonder whether the time investment of doing all this is worth it, and maybe I should have just used package config or something, or sanitize the output of bindgen. Because I am doing this the hard way. I feel like that's PR, not PFN. Even with all the macros. Get device. Rock. There are all of our global functions. Let's make sure we're compiling. Wait, what? The following packages contain code quick XML and nom. Wait, what? Where? Oh, I'm in quick XML. Okay, so bindgen. I don't see quick XML. Oh, that's a build dependency. Oh, from XCB. I've been contemplating whether or not I wanted to take these two and generate them directly from headers using package config. If they both contain code that is practically deprecated, maybe that is actually something worth doing. Hmm. So we're currently using 5.12 for nom. but we have newer versions. So who was using them? No documentation. That just says version 7. So why am I not getting version 7? Whatever. Not a problem right now. So not a problem I'm going to think about. All right. One last thing to do before bed. Or before I go to bed, before we end stream. It's you have to write the macro for global functions. I will do instance level functions maybe next stream or something. Or maybe I'll just do them off stream. But what I want to do is I want to practically take this function, this macro, and allow for us to pass many identifiers to it so that we can run this code, but kind of repetitiously, if that makes sense. So all I have to do is this. Instead of declaring this macro over and over and over. So these will be our global functions. It is not going to need to take in a library. Instead of load library function, we are actually going to call, I believe, get instance proc address. Yep. Which for us is that. And we're going to pass it in stood pointer null. We then pass in the function name. We're going to assert fun. We're going to assert that we're having fun. Which is just like an is null check because it's just a pointer. We're going to assert that we're not null. Can a assert pass a string argument? That would be convenient. It can. which I think we can then do format. So we can do failed to load function. We'll say global function. And we'll do pretty much this right here. Evil Nala, welcome. Welcome in. How are you doing? We are going to start off by calling this on a single function to verify that it is working. So why? Went to a clinic today, they stole your blood? Oh no, did you run into vampires? Hope getting your blood drawn didn't cause you to be too dizzy. Arguments are incorrect. Expected. Yeah, those vampire nurses wanted like a bunch of vials. Oh no. Oh, this. Okay. I know the second error. The question is, why are we getting star mute, star mute? Maybe because VK instance is a star mute. So we can do that. Okay. This is a little unfortunate. So at the start of stream, I was talking about this little unfortunate problem of null terminated strings, or rather that Rust doesn't null terminate strings. And what was kind of cool with these macros is that they can be all resolved at compile time. But again, string slices are not null terminated. Which means we have to figure out a way to null terminate them. But it doesn't look like it's something that can be done at compile time, which is super unfortunate. I don't know, they needed different files for testing things, like one for testing hormones and another I forgot. Because I did. Okay. Interesting. Did they need like... Or are you getting like your routine tests? I hope that was okay to ask. But starting at your teeth. Gotcha, gotcha. Interesting. Yeah, I guess they've only ever needed to take one vial for me. Which actually reminds me, uh, I'm due for a checkup for that. I've been avoiding thinking about it because I don't like getting blood drawn. All right, we're just gonna have to accept. We have to do it like this. All right, let's go to, but also, like, congrats on, I guess, starting HRT. It's in platform Unix. We're gonna move this out of the Unix layer. Pascal, yeah, party. And we're gonna kind of move it right here. And move, oh, too many backs. Move it up there. And I'm even more, because they needed like 3 files. Gotcha. Okay. I guess okay, that kind of makes sense. If they were running extra tests, like making sure your blood was healthy and you didn't have any other, I guess, like STDs or diseases. Which is, I guess, an important check. Just making sure there's like no conflicts in medication. So I would expect almost then that maybe your next checkup hopefully won't require that much blood being drawn. All right. This needs to be a public function. And we're gonna hop back to our Unix file because that just broke. And here. And C void is gonna be stood FFI raw void. Why are you upset? Oh, it's OS, not FFI. Or is it FFI C void? Wait, what's the difference? Oh well. I should probably make sure I'm being a little consistent with that. Like we're using raw cient, which actually makes sense for these because those are going to be platform dependent. But really, I don't know. I still need to, I'm going to end up generating these constants, so I'm not too worried at the moment. So I guess it's okay. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna take that call. Oh, we gotta do this as bytes. What's going on with platform? Guess I might need to just import this function. Like so. Cool. Well, first doctor said gonna see results 4 weeks is next appointment. And they will want more blood. Oh my goodness. Make sure get to where they should be. Oh yeah, that's totally understandable. Especially when starting it. And it also helps the doctor adjust the medication. Because they'll probably undershoot the dosage starting off. And then slowly ramp it up. Ideally, they would. But I think my checkups are every 3 months. Which is both good and bad. Yeah. They should have a dosage before Friday. Congrats. That's super soon. It's very exciting. So what this will do is it'll return an option. Is there a way to just like unwrap the option? Like, we'll know this is valid, right? So if someone passes an invalid option, then we know they messed up. So we can just do expect. So dot expect just in null name to pk global in macro. That is like specifically a compiler. I don't feel bad at all with crashing that. Call it function name. And what we should then be able to do inside of platform Linux is just call it as pointer. I'm gonna start around 1/4 of what is expected. It'll increase a little bit every month because mood swings would be huge, I guess. And I should expect period. If you don't mind, if me asking, but are you starting off with like sublingual injections, patches? Isnol is not found for option. Why are you failing? Does Stringify just straight up actual error occurred here. Pills because your insurance sucks. I was on sublingual or wait, pills as in swallow or sublingual? So sublingual dissolves under the tongue. Under tongue. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I was on sublingual for 7 months. But I don't know. I mostly had the mood swings before it was time to take, I guess, my next dose because, your levels dip much faster, I guess, throughout the day. So I can see why. Start off a bit low there. It doesn't cover shots, and that's what she said she prefers. Yeah, I hear injections are like one of the better, like injection patches are the two preferred approaches because I could just be wrong. No one quote me on anything I'm saying here. But I think like the other approaches bypass the liver, which is pretty good. But yeah, I've recently moved to injections, but I don't know if I'll keep it because needles. Although I've been doing okay. But like seriously, what's going on here? But I'm not. Say dissolve another to avoid liver. Oh, okay. Maybe sublingual does avoid the liver, and I might be misremembering. Right, but an actual error occurred here. That's just such a funny error. You might be missing a string literal format. Oh, we got it. Oh, I don't know. All right, what's wrong with this? Function. Maybe we do assert is some. Just to validate. Well, all right, yeah. We're gonna do is some. And down here we'll do dots unwrap or dot expect. So expected raw pointer. We might not actually need to do this first transmute anymore. Let's paste it back here just in case. Unsafe extern C. Although I guess what we could do is like a dot expect here with this. And we remove it here. Awesome. She described it as bypassing my stomach and absorbing directly into the bloodstream. Don't swallow or spit for at least 10 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, ideally, if you can avoid swallowing any of it, that's definitely true. All right. Does expected found string? I thought stringify returned, I don't understand. I don't understand. Stringify returns a static string where you get your Allie, welcome in. How's the Allie doing? All right, fine. We'll type it out ourselves. Am I going crazy? This definitely says Dash said macro backtrace. And a bear, yeah. Found a way to express that seems to make everyone laugh. Nice. Indeed. Been a long day. How see Bo about you? I'm doing pretty good. Getting very sleepy. Probably should have ended stream 40 minutes ago, but I'm dedicated to getting this fixed. Typing can indeed be tricky, but I hope your long day is over and you get to relax. Right, that is definitely Dash said macro backtrace. It's been a delight. You're off to bed. Shh. I won't overdo it. We're close. We just gotta get this to compile. Also, good night. I hope you have a good sleep, Neil. Since you are doing Rust, typing is extra tricky. That it is. What am I? What am I supposed to run that with? Hold on. Cargo nightly. My dash dash. All right, we're gonna do the, the programmer thing. And we're just gonna copy and paste a Stack Overflow. We're not gonna bother sanitizing it, and we're gonna hit enter. Just kidding. And unsurprising to no one, it didn't work. It is probably user error though. Cargo needs the dash dash. I thought I tried it with this. Maybe we don't need the dash dash. What is the real project's name? Well, we have the top level cauldron. We have engine. The particular project we're compiling right now is engine. But we're sort of compiling the entire workspace. I honestly was worried you would say that. Oh, I was Manzanita concrete project. Yeah, you are right. I don't know though where it's getting string from. Okay. Because Stringify returns a string ref. Unless it just wants a string. Well, yeah, I could do this, right? What? This is the most unhelpful. Oh, I assumed format would return. So, thank you for the follow, Zafe. Welcome in. How's she doing? All right, now that I know that it returns a string because I'm Pepega, I know what to look for. Just as string. Let's add back in our argument. And we should be good to go. Except not quite. Type annotation needed. So, does it like want this? Okay, that's actually a little more convenient than having to do the expo. Okay, maybe not. I bet an STD pointer or std pointer, there is a null mute. Where's my bar? There we go. Yep. Okay, we could do like this. And that works. I guess I'll kind of leave it like that. So, all right, we take in our function name, we convert it to a null terminated string. We get the address. That address should be valid. If it's not valid, we kind of crash because it is a required function. And then we transmute it to the correct type. That seems like it would work. So let's go to this. There we go. It seemingly has loaded the function. All right, where's this print coming from? All right, so here comes the fun part. Can we take this function, rename it to internal, take this idea, and rename it to this. So we want to do $, $. Wait, not that one though. And then we want to expand it by doing function internal fname and ba-da-ba-ba. How do we do it? Star. All right. Optional. Actually, let's go back and look at the implementation of the vector. Which is not here. Not there. So we do $open, close, repeat this. containing no syntax variables. Because I forgot my dollar. So, what we should now be able to do is declare our list of functions, and it should just auto expand for us. Oh, thank you for the liquidate, Allie. That was the last bit of coffee, which is good because we're almost done. Can we cargo run this? So, just to make sure, we're going to enter in loading function $fname. We probably want to stringify it. Oops, don't gotta do that. There's our functions. Oh, that's exciting. I didn't think I was actually gonna be able to do it. 3 functions. 3 functions. Nice. Let's leave that up for a moment. You've gotten a Vulkan triangle renderer, but never explored beyond that. I found OpenGL to wrap your head around. Oh yeah, totally. Vulkan is quite the monstrosity to set up. And like, if you don't really need the complexity of Vulkan, it totally makes sense to just use OpenGL. But I do think like doing what you did, just like going through the steps of Vulkan, is kind of like a cool little exercise to do. Just to kind of gain a bit of an understanding of what's actually going on underneath the hood of OpenGL, sorta. But we don't have the working renderer at the moment. We are currently just loading our Vulkan functions. But I've written like several renders in the past. Just trying to learn a bit of Rust. Very new to the language. Tonight has been a learn how macros work night. And has actually been kind of pretty good. Yeah. I really like the API. There's just a lot. It is, yeah. It takes a long time, and you really start to learn the API after you do that triangle, because you start turning it into from boilerplate to a renderer. And at that point, you start to learn what all the little pieces of the boilerplate does. And it all starts to make way more sense. Definitely. All right, so I want to do a variation on our global function. because, well, do instance accept instance level entry points. So we do have an extensions we gotta load. Where's my INL file? We skipped some functions. Okay. Let's make a note. We're not going to do this tonight. Maybe I will. I don't know. Scroll down to global. We forgot about our extension functions. How's it going? How's the macros? Pretty good. We have it so we can declare the, you were probably here for this, but we can declare the function pointers and generate the function for them, the wrapper function, and we can pass a list of names to a macro and generate their loading. So we're currently just improving that. A little bit. Zig, you got some? Okay, so the Zig code's not actually in this repo. I have written a Vulkan layer several times in C++, once in Zig and once in Odin. Now I'm doing it in Rust. I'm a crazy person, but a lot of the times how I experiment with languages is kind of implement something complicated in them just to see what the code looks like working with a complex scenario, and Vulkan's pretty complex. So it makes us a good test subject. And I always like learn something new every time I implement the Vulkan API. But the Zig stuff is kind of some reference. I opened it because I was like, what extensions was I loading with this implementation? Then here's like the C loader. And now we're writing the Rust loader in probably the worst way possible. Fun trick. You can have it only require one macro call per macro. Wait, hold on. I don't quite understand. You can have it require only one macro call per macro. I don't quite understand what that means. Send you an example. All right. Yeah. Like this feels, I assume you're talking about this stuff, which feels pretty kind of verbose. Maybe you're not. What was I doing? Right. So our next step is we want to pass kind of our instance. Oh, this is... I'm just already going to put it to do load extensions. And we're going to reuse this because they're kind of the same. The difference is that global functions don't require you just pass null in as the instance, and instance functions don't. So, yeah. Oh, your gloves are cute. Thank you. Yeah. But what I want to kind of do is do instance well, I kind of want to take that out and pass it here. And it's got to be dollar $instance. So what this allows me to do is we can sort of redefine this macro to be vk instance functions, and it will also take in an instance expression. We'll pass that dollar instance here and our global names. And what to do for our extensions. Although yeah, that'll be fine. Move my coffee cup so I can look at this. Well, oh yeah, thank you for sending that as reference. But this doesn't quite work out. So because we're generating, yeah, I understand now. Um, I'm just kind of thinking a little bit. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'm thinking a little bit about it. Um, yeah, I definitely like being able to declare it as like a function because I can then break it up and reorganize it a lot better. Um, and then being able to declare them all. Yeah, I think I'm trying to decide at what point that's like absolute overkill. Because, let's see, this will look like, just for like an example, I really wish shit ought to filled my. So we would have something like vk create instance, comma, create instance, vk result. And then the next one. That's a wide function. It is, unfortunately. Welcome to Vulkan, the most verbose API around. Yeah, that's kind of how it would look. Like if we were to do the next one, it would look like this. So I don't know how much, right? Does that really help in readability? Having it all in one macro declaration? I definitely like the function declaration syntax. Because it puts things much closer together. You didn't notice how girthy these names were until you pointed it out? Oh yeah, like the Java import stuff. I know. I like it more because I can say things with it. You can use full words to separate things. Yeah, unfortunately, like the verbosity gets in the way of the readability. So you could have this, or this, right? Honestly, that might be better. I don't know. I have a macro in your thing right now that's like text red, underline, hello, blue bold. Interesting. What's the VK Creed instance bit? Oh, this is the Vulkan name. Like, what we have to do is. Oh no, it's totally fine. So what I'm doing is uh, we're doing a static mute. Wait, I'm just gonna hit all the wrong buttons. So bindgen, unfortunately, generates VK creates instance function pointer as an option. So that means I also need to generate a function that does this. Pretend there are arguments there. So we have to unwrap VK instance without causing any runtime hit, because unwrap does checks at runtime, which we most definitely don't want to happen here. So this is unsafe, so you end up, well, having to do this. Yeah, that's pretty much, this is the code that this macro is generating. What's bindgen generating? It's generating an option. Yeah, nope, it's intended. There is an open Git issue where people were talking about this, and it made me laugh a little bit because someone commented saying, why would you ever like not want your function pointers as an option? And I found that funny because I was like, when do you ever want your function pointers as an option? like I don't know, because it's a pointer. Yeah, I mean, I totally understand if you have like structs where it's the function pointers are optional, but usually they're always set. So I kind of see where they're coming from, but doing that by default's okay if you allow for an alternative that allows it to be unsafe, right? We're working with FFI. We're already unsafe. Dynamic function you don't want to do because that is, it may or may not have a runtime performance hit. Dynamic functions, if are not unable to be resolved by the compiler, will have an extra runtime lookup to resolve the function. So you actually don't want the box dynamic function, especially because you have to dereference the box, then you have to resolve the function pointer, and then you call the function. So that's like the slowest approach. But yeah, I mean, assuming I was talking with someone else, I think in Zai's server lane. I was talking with her about it. And she discovered that sometimes the Rust compiler will just figure it out for you, which is really cool. But a function is already a pointer. Yes, because you know the address, right? You're jumping to an address. dynamic function pointers are not, they're an address to a lookup table that has to be resolved, and that lookup table has the address of the function. So that's what I mean by it has to be resolved. Which would require being wrapped in a box because it's a trade-off. Yeah. Yep, yeah. I mean, yeah, semantically, Nick, I'm going back a few comments. The box approach semantically is Rust safe, but I consider that unnecessarily verbose. You're very frustrated you found an issue? Nice. That's great. Anyways, I'm going to leave your suggestion up because I think I'm actually going to implement that because that is a really cool suggestion. I do like the function declaration like this a lot better than just dumping the arguments here because it's very confusing to look at. Not that I'm ever going to look at this again once we're done. But anyways. Instant functions. Yeah, the main difference between extensions are going to be you supply a name. So let me just copy this and not do what I just did. And we got to pass in instance. And there we go. We've generated all the loading code for our instance functions, excluding someone suggesting you compile Bygen for yourself with a 3-line code change. Oh my. Are you looking at the Git issue I was just talking about? Yep. Yeah, that one was a little interesting read. They proposed a fix for function pointers, struct function pointers. Yep, it was actually really funny. You go down, and it's like, yeah, I'm just trying to bind gen my Vulkan header, which is the exact use case we're in. But I don't know. We've wrapped the unchecked unwrap, so we're okay. It was just, it took a little bit to figure out. All right. Gosh darn it. I was about to raid K10. What is... You know what? We're gonna raid ethics. Pato, happy? Ethics? Yeah, I was thinking ethics. I was first looking for a dev stream. None of my usual dev stream targets are online. So yeah, we're gonna rate ethics. Ethics is like a super cool uh, pixel artist and has done several of Cat's emotes that are super cool. But yeah, thank you all for being here. Hello, EXO. I hope your stream earlier was really good. I think you streamed earlier, right? Or am I going crazy? But yeah, thank you all for being here. We learned lots with macros. I haven't decided if this is super cool or super cursed. But, you know, it is what it is. Interesting. FN can't actually be null, so you do need to indicate. Wait, you said it can't be null, and then you need to indicate nullability. Those seem to be contradictory statements. Thank you for being here, Yuki, EXO, Nick, Kat, and everyone else. Yeah, I feel like I'm getting a bit more comfortable with Rust. Eventually, we're gonna get out of the growing pains and do some cool stuff. But yeah. I will maybe see you all Thursday. Yeah, it's a bit awkward. Give me a bit. Okay, okay. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're gonna rate. No, thank you for being here, Kat. Wait, is that right? That's wrong. Cancel. Wrong ethics. Take two. Yeah. Bye, everyone.